All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Judge Law, and we are going to begin with the state all-purpose calendar. These are a list of misdemeanor cases in which individuals have already been accused and bonds have already been set. Today, we're going to address each cases on a one-on-one basis, perhaps to either consider a plea hearing or a bond hearing or any other matters, including arraigning the case. In other words, advising the accused of his rights, his charges, and accepting a not guilty plea and having the case set for a trial. If you are an accused on a particular case today, please remember that you have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything that you say about the facts of the case during the course of this virtual proceeding, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, one would be appointed to represent you. Where are we beginning with?
Court number 3, please, with position number 14.
Position number 14 in courtroom 3, okay?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Okay.
No, he gonna be next.
Mr. Finley, do you represent?
Yes, I do. I represent Mr. Jones.
All right, what's the
Judge Law.
announcement?
Yes, this is going to be a negotiated plea, Judge.
All right. And Mr. Segura, you're representing the state?
I am.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Both of you, yes. All right, let's begin with position number 14. This is Cedric Jones, is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Mr. Jones, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is going to be Mr. Zach Finley. This is case 21 CR 002-865E, in which Mr. Jones has been accused of loitering or prowling from June 14, 2021. Mr. Jones, as we're doing a negotiated plea, may I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Segura, what is the offer?
The state's recommended plea is 12 months to serve 178 days, credit for time served 89 days, balance suspended, a stay away from 864 Stonehill Lane, Northeast Atlanta, and no further contact with Jennifer McDonald, common spelling. Thank you.
Mr. Finley?
Yes, Judge. That is our understanding of the offer, of which we do agree, and stipulate the factual basis, venue, and ID.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jones, have you consumed any alcohol or medicine recently?
No, ma'am.
And
No.
have you understood what's been going on so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you satisfied with the representation you received?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, if you decide to take this plea, you would have to give up your constitutional rights, the same rights that your attorney went over with you. Those include the right to a trial, to confront your accuser, to examine witnesses, challenge the state's evidence, present your own defenses, and have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead to the 1 count of loitering or prowling?
Guilty.
Your sentence is time served. However, you have to stay away from 864 Stonehill Lane in Northeast Atlanta, and do not be within 200 yards of Jennifer McDonald. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Good.
Can we go to South Annex? Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I have position 4, 5, and 21 in front of you.
All right. Let's begin with position 4. Okay, with regards to positions 4 and 5, this is State versus Alexandra Citron Roulier. Ms. Roulier, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is going to be Mr. Zach Finley. Are we still doing a negotiated plea, Mr. Finley?
That's correct. On positions 4 and 5, negotiated plea, yes, ma'am.
All right. And Mrs. Segura, this is going to be a global offer for both cases?
It will be. Yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Roulier, your cases are 22 CR 004523G, in which you've been accused of criminal trespass from June 17th, 2022. The second case is 22 CR 004-524G, in which you've been accused of criminal trespass and obstruction of an officer from June 21st, 2022. With regards to both cases, we are going to address a negotiated plea. So may I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Segura?
For both cases, it will be 12 months to serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days, balance probated, 40 hours of community service, and a stay away from Roswell Creek Apartments located at 1000 Holcomb Bridge Road, Roswell. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Finley?
And that was our understanding of the offer, Judge. And we would just ask that once Ms. Cintron does complete the condition of the community service, if the balance of her probation could be suspended, but if not inclined, Your Honor, non-reporting.
All right. Mr. Segura, any objection to balance suspended?
No, there's no objection.
All right. Ms. Roulier, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently? All right. And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the representation you received?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to go ahead and plead guilty to the charges in both these cases, you would have to give up your right to go back to court and have a trial before a judge or a jury. You
Yes,
will
ma'am.
also not get the opportunity to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, challenge the state's evidence, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to criminal trespass in case ending in 4523G?
I plead guilty.
How do you plead to the 2 counts, criminal trespass and obstruction of an officer in case ending in 4524G?
I plead guilty.
All right. Your sentence is going to be concurrent, is 12 months to serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days. If you have no other cases holding you at the jail, you will be released within 24 hours, but you must report to probation next Thursday at 132 Mitchell Street in Atlanta, Georgia. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
While you're on probation, you will complete 40 hours of voluntary community service, and this may be done at any nonprofit agency, which is not a school and not a religious organization. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
I will waive your probation fees for the first 2 months, including August and September. If you complete your community service within those 2 months, then your probation will be suspended. So it's best that you get it done within the next 60 days. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If you don't get it done by October, you will have to continue to report and start paying probation fees.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Judge, we have position 2, Mr. Bell.
Mr. Bell. Oh, okay. We're jumping from South End? Okay.
I have 2 more here if you want to finish.
Oh, we'll be right with you. We'll be right.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
John Archie Bell is case number 20 CR 0016361C. Mr. Bell, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is going to be Mr. Zach Finling. I understand, Mr. Finling, we are doing an arraignment.
Yes, yes, Your Honor, and then address bond.
All right. Mr. Bell, you've been accused of public drunkenness, simple battery at a public transit vehicle or station, and disorderly conduct. These are the 3 charges facing you. This stems from a February 22nd, 2020 incident. With respect to these charges, you have been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. Finling. Do you waive a reading of the accusation, Mr. Finling?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Mr. Bell, upon your entry of a not guilty plea to these misdemeanor charges, your case will be scheduled for trial. At the time of the trial, the prosecution will have the complete burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails and overcomes your legal presumption of innocence, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Given this information, how do you plead?
I yield.
Repeat again.
I yield.
Thank you, sir. All right, your case has been arraigned and is going to be bound over for trial. Okay, so we are addressing bond as well. And looks like Mr. Bell was arrested on a bench warrant. And he had received a $1,500 signature bond through the jail back on March 27, 2022. All right, Mr. Finley, what's the?
Yes, Judge. So it looks like, if I'm seeing it correctly, so on position 2, the one with the offense date of 2/22, he does have a signature bond. And then on position 3, with the offense date of 7/12, it looks like he has a $2,500 surety bond. So obviously, that's the position I'll be addressing bond. So Mr. Bell is definitely unable to make that $2,500 surety bond. Mr. Bell is partially handicapped. He has screws in his ankle. He's been sleeping on the floor in his cell, Judge. He has lots of back issues. His person living next to him in the neighboring cell recently got jumped by a few people, and he's, for lack of better words, very afraid for his safety. And as a going on 60-year-old man that's partially handicapped with back issues and ankle issues, he's not someone that's able to defend himself. So that was definitely a big concern of his that he really stressed to me. I am asking for a signature bond on that charge, Judge, and I do have a good address for him. He assured me that if I really emphasize the importance of respecting the legal process and showing up to court. So he assured me he would. So I am asking for a signature bond, Judge, on this case.
All right, and it's my fault. He's actually got 2 open cases. What is he doing on position 3? Oh, that's an arraignment too?
Yes, Judge. Yeah, so we're just gonna, plead not guilty on position 2, and then on position 3, which is the one where he has the surety bond. Obviously not addressing bond on the signature bond one.
All right, so Mr. Bell, I do beg your pardon. You do have another open case. It's 22 CR 004517C. Same charges: public drunkenness, criminal trespass, and violation of certain acts at a bus station. And this is from July 12, 2022. So do you waive a reading of those accusations, Mr. Finley?
Yes, Judge.
All right. And Mr. Bell, based on this second case for the same similar charges, again, they're misdemeanor offenses and you are legally presumed innocent of these charges. But if you plead not guilty, the case will be set for trial where the prosecution would have to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. And if convicted, you could face a penalty of over a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this new case, how do you plead?
I yield, y'all.
All right. Okay. My pretrial officer is
I'm present, Judge.
Miss Harrison. There she is. Good
Good
morning,
morning.
Ms. Harrison. So I know there was a case against Mr. Bell back in February of 2022, issues at Martyr Station. And now we have a second case, issues at Martyr Station. Anything prior to 2020?
One moment, let me double check it. The last conviction I'm showing on his GCIC is 2016. He had a 2020 arrest for aggravated assault, criminal trespass, but no disposition listed on that arrest.
All right.
Prior to that, his conviction was 2016 for simple assault, 2 counts.
All right. thank you. Mr. Segura?
Our major concerns in this case is that he'll be a flight risk. Back on the second case, 20 CON 00163 1C. In this case, Your Honor, which he gave him a $1,500 signature bond, but he FTA'd for his plea agreement on February the 10th, 2021, and he also FTA'd back on April the 1st, 2021, and he also FTA'd on that one on April the 28th, 2022. And when he was released in less than 2 months, and that is when he created an aggravated assault and a criminal trespass and murder. So because of that, we have concerns of him being in danger if he is released, because he could commit an offense. And based on his recent crimes, he'll be more likely to commit a similar offense and back in murder again. So because of this facts, we are concerned about him missing trial dates and committing acts while he is out on bond.
All right. Mr. Segura is correct. Back in 2020, I granted him a signature bond through the jail, and the only requirements was to comply with MARTA and to make sure that we have his current mailing address and information correct at all times. Arrested again in July of 2022. Prior to that, he was given, he had 2 FTAs, including one recent one before Judge Dixon. So, Mr. Finling, I'm afraid that Mr. Bell does not comply with the requirements to qualify for a signature bond. There is no assurance that he will show up for court. There is no assurance that he will appear for trial. And more importantly, there is no assurance that he will not reoffend. So based on these 3 factors, I'm going to deny the request for a bond modification. For position number 2, I will set his bond at $500 on each count. So that's going to be a $1,500 surety bond. No alcohol, and to stay away from all model property. I don't know whether he had a bond in position 2. I'm going to keep the bond the same on position 3.
Okay, I think position 2, he had a signature bond, I believe, on all 3.
Oh, but wasn't the bond canceled due to the FTA? So
Mr.
he
Segura, did you see?
executed on a bench warrant. Isn't that correct?
I didn't see that it was, Mr. Segura. Did you see by chance?
What was the question?
No LTA. I was in custody. There's no LTA. I was in custody at the time of
If it
the,
got revoked, I was unable, I did not see if it did, but I don't want to.
Yeah, on the events as FTA on February the 10th, 2021, then back on April the 1st, 2021, and again on April the 28th, 2022.
I just did 18 months at the DeKalb County. There's no way it could be an LTA. I was 18 months inside DeKalb County.
All right, we don't have any verification of that. So, yeah, all right, then we'll keep it at the signature bond if it's not been closed out. $1,500 signature bond through the jail, but he has a $2,500 bond on the position number 3.
Understood.
All right, okay. Do you want me to have these cases further notice to Judge Dixon?
Yes, please.
All right. Both cases are going to be further notice to Judge Dixon. And of course, Mr. Finling, if you verify that Mr. Bell has been detained at the DeKalb County Jail during the times from 2020 until, what was his FTA before Judge Dixon? He failed to appear in court on February 10th, 2021, and failed to appear before Judge Dixon on February 28th, 2022. So we need evidence that he was incarcerated during that time frame. And I'm sure that Judge Dixon, or if you bring it before me, we can reconsider bond.
Understood. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have position 11, Mr. Hudgens.
Hey, courtroom 2, can I do 23? Position 23.
Go ahead, Glanton.
Thank you, Francois. Okay, we have position 23 with Miss Helen. Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
All right. And position 23, and I'm sorry, is that at 7 South?
Yes.
All right. Sir, are you Fabian Sheets?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Sheets, your case number is 22 CR 0047968. You've been accused of giving a false information to a law enforcement officer from August 22nd, 2020. All right. And let me make sure there are no other additional cases. All right. Okay. And Mr. Sheets, you have been advised of your right to remain silent. Did you hear me when I announced those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you've been advised that your attorney is going to be appointed, and she is Catrice Helen. With regards to this particular case, I understand that we're going to enter into a negotiated plea. So may I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, good morning.
Good morning.
What's the state's offer for Mr. Sheets?
It's going to be time served, credit for 365 days. Nothing further.
I understand that he has a felony matter holding him.
It's not in front of me, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, he does. Correct.
All right, thank you. Ms. Helen, does your client accept that plea offer, and do you waive venue, ID, and factual basis? Or stipulate, excuse me.
I do stipulate, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sheets, have you consumed any medication or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
And are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
And has she explained to you that if you decide to take this guilty plea, you would have to give up your right to go back to court, have a trial, confront your accuser, have an opportunity to examine witnesses and challenge the state's case, and have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead to one count of giving false information?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Your sentence is time served. This case is closed. Thank you.
Next, we're doing position 11, Mr. Hudgens.
All right. We are back in courtroom 2, and this is Sean Hudgens. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Hudgens, your case is 22 CR 003-046C, in which you've been accused of criminal trespass and violation of certain rules at the bus rail station. And this was from May 17th, 2022. Ms. Hudgens, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is going to be Mr. Finley, and this is going to be a negotiated plea as well. May I place you under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Segura?
The state's recommended plea is 12 months to serve 38 days, credit for time served 19 days, balance probated, 40 hours of community service, and a stairway from Malta 5-point station located at Doherty, Alabama Street, Southwest Atlanta. Thank you.
Mr. Finling, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
I do, Judge, and I would just ask that once Mr. Hudgens completes the condition of the community service, if the balance of his probation could be suspended.
Mr. Segura, any response to suspending or placing him on non-reporting basis?
In this case, we have no objections.
Uh-huh. Mr. Hudgens, have you consumed any kind of medication or alcohol recently?
No, Your Honor.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you've spoken to your attorney and you've understood his explanations?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you, is anyone forcing you to take this plea today?
No, ma'am.
Has it been explained to you that if you decide to enter into this plea, that you cannot return to the MARTA station, especially the main central point at Alabama Street, the underground station?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's it called? 5 Points. Do you understand you can't return to 5 Points, the entire area?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what happens if you return?
I will come back here.
Okay. Mr. Hudgens, also, if you decide to take this plea, you would have to waive your right to go back to court, have a trial in front of a judge or a jury, have the opportunity to examine your witnesses, confront your accuser, challenge the state's evidence, and have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to waive these rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead to the 2 counts of criminal trespass in violation of certain rules at a transit station?
Guilty.
Your sentence is going to be 12 months to serve 38 days. Credit for time served, 19 days. If you have no other cases holding you at the jail, you'll be released within 24 hours, but you must report to probation next Tuesday at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Once you're with probation, you must complete 40 hours, that's 40 hours of voluntary community service. And you may do that service either at any nonprofit agency, like the food bank, animal rescue, or something to that effect, but not at a school and not at a church.
Yes, ma'am.
Once your probation fees will be waived for August, September, and October. You will report every month. Once you've completed the community service, then your probation will be non-reporting. Thank you.
Position 25, South Annex.
This is going to be an arraignment.
Correct, Judge.
This is Marquita Chantrell Terry. Miss Terry, is that correct?
Yes.
Your case number is 22 CR 0045691. You've been accused of battery domestic violence from a July 15th, 2022 incident. You've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is Ms. Catrice Helen. Ms. Helen, do we waive a reading of the accusations?
We do, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Terry, you have been accused of this misdemeanor offense. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, your case will be scheduled for trial. At the time of the trial, the state prosecution has the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If they prevail, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned and further notice for trial. Is there anything else to address, Ms. Helen?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
That concludes this case. Thank you. South Annex, do you have any other cases?
Yes, ma'am. Position number 24.
Is that the only one left?
That's the last one.
All right, please let's address that. This is Naya Slaughter. Ms. Slaughter is charged with simple battery domestic violence, 21 CR 002902B. Ms. Slaughter, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is going to be Ms. Catrice Helen. And Ms. Helen, this is going to be a negotiated plea, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Slaughter, if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the information you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, what's the offer, please, for Ms. Slaughter?
Yes, Your Honor, this will be 12 months to serve, 32 days, credit for time served 16 days, balance probated, no further contact with co-defendant Danaja Brown, Danaja spelled DANAJHA, a stay away from 3290 Drexel Lane, East Point, Georgia, FVIP, 40 hours community service, and no alcohol, drugs, and weapons. Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Helen.
That is our understanding of the plea. We do stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID. It is a probated sentence, Judge. We are asking for those first 6 months of probation fees to be waived for Ms. Slaughter.
All right. Ms. Slaughter, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood everything so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And is anyone forcing you to take a plea today?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you enter into this plea, you would need to be on probation and complete a 6-month program, as well as other factors, stay away from the victim and the location, and complete community service as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And you'll be reporting to probation every month.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you also understand that by entering into this plea, you will not get the opportunity to have a trial? There'll be no opportunity to confront your accuser, challenge the state's evidence, examine witnesses, present your own defenses, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to waive these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of simple battery domestic violence?
Plead guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve, serve 32 days, Credit for time served, 16 days. If you have no other cases holding you at the jail, you'll be released within 24 hours, and you must report to probation next Thursday at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And that will be next Thursday, so it's a week from today, okay?
Right.
The other terms of your sentence is that you are to have no contact with, is it Denaja Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, no contact with Denaja Brown. Stay 200 yards away from her. Stay away from 3290 Drexel Lane in East Point, Georgia. You will report to probation every month and enroll in a 6-month domestic violence intervention program. You will pay for those classes. They are weekly classes, and it's a 6-month-long program. In addition to that, you will complete 40 hours of voluntary community service. I will waive your probation fees up to and including April of 2023. So I'm waiving your probation fees for a significant period of time. Make sure you complete your classes, your community service during that time, and then after that, your probation will be non-reporting. But the stay away and the no contact prevails for the rest of the 12 months. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
No illegal drugs to be consumed, no alcohol, and you're not to possess any weapons or any firearms. Thank you. Oh, okay, this courtroom 3, was that you?
Judge, I have position number 1, please.
Okay. This is Raheem Brethia, is that correct?
Yes. Good morning, Judge.
Yes, Mr. Gardner, good morning.
Judge, I'm on leave of absence, and I was hired, ma'am.
Okay, are you zooming in from your vacation spot?
Well, no, this is my home.
Okay.
But I need a chance to get down there and talk to my client. And I was gonna ask.
I can place you in a breakout with Mr. Brethia.
Okay, and if we don't resolve, I mean, if it's
not resolved, we can give you a new date.
Can we get rid Tuesday? Okay.
All right, but do you want to speak to him right now?
We'll do Tuesday, Judge.
Okay.
We'll have it reset to Tuesday.
That would be Judge Morrow's calendar, if you just give me a moment. He's already full up for the all-purpose calendar. I can put you on next Thursday. I'm sorry, courtroom 3, we can't hear you. All right, Mr. Gardner, next Thursday?
Next Thursday.
All right.
Whose calendar?
That will be mine or Judge Williams. All right, will be me or Judge Williams. All right, this case is reset to August 4th. Would you like an opportunity to speak with him, though, to see if we can resolve it today? There is.
Yes.
Oh, well, not really. Well.
Because the judge, the thing is, the alleged victim, she hired me for it. I know you had set a bond in the case, and he hasn't been able to pay that bond, the $5,000 bond. And I also hadn't been able to talk to solicitor regarding this case, as I was just hired on. But I think
Mr. Segura, that's Mr. Gardner. I don't know, Mr. Gardner, if you received the plea offer But I would really like you to have your client consider the plea offer to see if we can resolve it today. All right?
All right, we can put us in a breakout room.
Yeah, before he does that, Mr. Segura, can you put it in the chat to Mr. Gardner what the plea offer is?
I can do so.
All right, and then Mr. Jordan or Miss Lewis, Miss Champion, are you hosting as well?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right, as soon as Mr. Gardner receives the plea offer, just give us a thumbs up if you have Mr. Gardner. Have you received it, Mr. Gardner?
I haven't. He hasn't put it in the chat yet.
Oh, he may be still typing. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, okay, I see it now.
Good
All right.
morning, Judge. Can I be included in that breakout as well?
No, I'm not in the breakout. This is.
No, I know you're not. I would like to be included in the breakout with ASG Segura.
Oh, he's not in the breakout. It's going to be only courtroom 3 and Lamar Gardner. He's
Oh,
not-
okay. I thought he
Fine.
wanted to pre-try the case with the ASG. Apologies.
No, I just wanted him to get the offer at least.
Okay,
All right.
understood.
Miss Champion, only courtroom 3 and Lamar Gardner in a breakout, please. Sorry, Mr. Walker, no evite for that.
Understood.
No problem. Okay, while courtroom 2, who do we have, please?
This is position 20, Mr. Oglesby.
Thank you. Mr. Oglesby is going to have his case arraigned. Eddie Oglesby
Yes, ma'am.
is 22 CR 0045645. Mr. Oglesby, you've been accused of simple battery domestic violence from July 15th, 2022. You've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is Ms. Catrice Helen. Ms. Helen, are we still going to arraign the case?
Yes, Judge, we're arraigning and also addressing bond, Judge.
All right. And do you waive a reading of the accusation?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Sorry, let me just go ahead and get my clean script. All right. Mr. Oglesby, as I've already indicated, you are accused of a misdemeanor simple battery domestic violence offense. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial before the division judge. You are legally presumed to be innocent at the time of the trial. Mr. Oglesby, yes, are you listening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At the time of the trial, the prosecutor has the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead?
I would like to change my plea. I told my lawyer.
Well, hold on, Mr. Oglesby. Judge, can I get an opportunity to speak to Mr. Oglesby? I'm just being made aware of a change in decision in his plea. If another case can be called, and I can just give him a call.
Please contact the jail you have the number, right?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
She's gonna call you.
Mr. Gardner, what's the announcement?
Yes, Judge, can we be placed on next Thursday's calendar?
All right, position number 1 is reset to August 4th, plea and arraignment. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, Mr. Gardner, thank you. Sorry to interrupt your LOA.
No problem. You have a good
All
one.
right, you too. Thank you.
Hello?
Courtroom 2, who do we have, please?
Position 9, Mr. Gantz.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at you.
Okay, you gotta talk low.
Is this Alvin Keith Gant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is case 22 CR 004801801A. Mr. Gant is accused of criminal trespass from July 16, 2022.
Yes,
Mr. Gant, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is going to be Mr. Zach Finley. Are we still proceeding with the negotiated plea?
That's correct, Judge.
Mr. Gant, will you please raise your right hand? I need to place you under oath. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Gant, let's hear from the prosecutor, Mr. Segura.
The state's recommended plea is 12 months to serve 16 days, credit for time served 8 days, balance probated, 40 hours of community service, and stay away from Citgo located at 2048 Stanton Road and East Point. Thank you.
Mr. Finley?
Yes, Judge. We do stipulate the factual basis, venue, and ID, and that is our understanding of the offer. Would just ask that once he does complete that community service, that the balance of his probation could be suspended.
I'll put it on a non-reporting basis unless the state has any objection.
The state has no objection.
All right. Mr. Gant, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
Hold on,
And,
go ahead, Cindy.
No, Your Honor.
and have you understood what's going on so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is anyone forcing you to take a plea today?
No, Your Honor.
If you decide to plead guilty, you would have to waive your constitutional right to have a trial, confront your accuser and examine witnesses, have the state try to prove its charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead to one count of criminal trespass at the Citgo's gas station in
Yes.
East Point, Georgia?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 16 days, credit for time served 8 days. You will report to probation next Tuesday at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. Mr. Oglesby, please sit down properly. Thank you. Once you report to probation, make sure you report every month. You will need to complete 40 hours of voluntary community service. That community service must be completed at any nonprofit agency, which is not a school and not a church. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will also stay 200 yards away. That's the length of 2 football fields. You cannot be anywhere near that Citgo gas station at 2048 Stanton Road in East Point. That would include the parking lot, the sidewalks, and definitely not the store or the gas station. After you've completed the 40 hours of voluntary community service and your probation officer is satisfied, then your probation will be non-reporting. I will waive your probation fees for the rest of the year, but beginning January 1st, if you still haven't completed your community service, you will start paying probation fees. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Helen? will
Yes,
take
Judge.
up Mr. Oglesby, what's the decision?
Judge, it's going to be a negotiated plea. I am actually pre-trying it with ASG Mitchell. I'm just waiting for her to respond in the chat.
All right, Mr. Oglesby, your attorney is not ready to finish the plea matter. So we're going to address your case as soon as she's done. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Position 13.
All right. This is going to be a negotiated plea for Jonathan Huff. Is that correct? Mr. Huff, is that you? 5 South. 5 South. Mr. Huff. I'm speaking to the individual. Please place your mask over your nose. Thank you. Are you Jonathan Huff? You need to say yes or no. Say it loudly.
Yes, ma'am.
That's better. Thank you. This is case 22 CR 004-542A. Mr. Huff is accused of theft by shoplifting from July 12, 2022. Mr. Huff, this is going to be a negotiated plea. May I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Huff, you are represented by Mr. Zach Finley. Mr. Segura, what is the plea offer?
The state's recommended plea is 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, balance probated, and anti-theft course, and stay away from CVS located at 865 North Highland Avenue, Northeast Atlanta. Thank you.
Mr. Finley, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
I do, Judge, and would just ask that the balance be suspended once he completes that anti-theft course, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Huff, Have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently? Nope, you need to say it loudly like the way you did it before.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And have you understood what's going on so far?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to take this plea, you would have to waive your constitutional rights, including the right of a trial before a judge or a jury, to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, challenge the state's evidence, and have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to one count of theft by shoplifting?
Guilty.
Repeat.
Guilty.
Sorry.
Guilty.
Got it? Thank you. Your sentence is 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days. If you have no other cases at the jail, you'll be released within 24 hours and placed on probation, which means you report to probation next Tuesday at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. While on probation, you will complete one anti-theft class. And if you complete the class, your probation will be suspended. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Understood?
Yes,
I will waive your probation fees for August and September. And at all times, you cannot return to the CVS at North Highland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you.
And Judge, we are ready for position, Mr. Oglesby 20. That is negotiated plea whenever you're ready, Judge.
Mr. Oglesby has been advised of his rights and please raise, is this a negotiated plea?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Mr. Oglesby, other right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Mitchell, what's the recommendation? You may put your hand down, sir.
Your Honor, it's going to be 12 months to serve 26 days, credit for time served 13 days, balance probated. No further contact with Catrice Lowe, spelled Lowe, a stay away from 711 Center Hill Avenue, Northwest Atlanta, FFIP, 40 hours community service, no alcohol, drugs, and weapons. And we agree to balance suspended once all conditions are completed. Nothing further.
Yes, Your Honor, that is our understanding of that plea. We do accept it. We do stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID. It is a probated sentence, so we are asking for at least the first 3 months of the probation fees to be waived, Your Honor.
3 months?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. That would be August, September, and October. Okay. All right, Mr. Oglesby, have you consumed, we'll unmute the screen. All right, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently? And wait. Deputy Francois, may we unmute courtroom 2, please? Thank you. We need a remote control, Francois.
Yeah, that would be great. That would help.
Just putting it out there. Okay. All right, Mr. Oglesby, have you consumed any kind of medication or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the representation you received from Ms. Helen?
Very much.
All right, and is anyone forcing you to take a plea today?
No, ma'am.
If you decide to enter this plea, you would have to give up your right to a trial. You will not be able to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. And you'll be placed on probation to complete a 6-month course, which we call the Domestic Violence Intervention Program, as well as stay away from the location and the alleged victim. Are you prepared to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you plead to simple battery, domestic violence?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 26 days, credit for time served 13 days. Once you are released, you will report to probation. If that's going to be within 24 hours, then you must report to probation next Tuesday.
Yes, ma'am.
Today is Thursday, so you report next Tuesday at 132 Mitchell Street, in downtown Atlanta.
Yes, ma'am.
While on probation, you will complete a 6-month domestic violence intervention program. You will enroll in the program, pay for the weekly classes. You will complete 40 hours of voluntary community service with any nonprofit agency that's not a school and not a church or any religious organization. At all times while you're on probation, you are to have no contact with Catrice Lowe, Lowe, and you cannot return to 711 Center Hill Avenue in Northwest Atlanta. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
I will waive your probation fees for August, September, and October. And then beginning November 1st, you will start paying probation fees. You will, once you have completed your domestic program and the community service, your probation will be suspended.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Catrice.
Thank you.
Okay, you done. Position 28, Mr. Williams.
Charles Williams is accused of theft by shoplifting in case number 22 CR 004-802B from April 19th, 2020. Mr. Williams, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is going to be Ms. Patrice Helen. Are we still proceeding with the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly, Mr. Williams, do you solemnly swear? Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, Your Honor. Hold on, let me double check something. Your Honor, this is going to be a time served plea, credit for 8 days, balance, I believe suspended, balance suspended. There's a typo. To stay away from Walmart on 844 Cleveland Avenue, East Point. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Helen, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, have you consumed any kind of medication or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the representation you received?
Yes, ma'am.
And is anyone forcing you to take this plea?
No, ma'am.
If you decide to enter a guilty plea to this charge, you would have to waive your constitutional rights, which include the right to a trial before a judge or a jury, to be able to confront your accuser, have the assistance of counsel, to challenge the state's evidence, present your defenses, and have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And has it been explained to you that if you have a theft by shoplifting conviction on your record, you could eventually be charged with a felony if you have 3 or more such convictions on your record?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to the 1 count of theft by shoplifting?
Guilty.
Your sentence is time served. Once you are released, you are to stay away from the Walmart at 844 Cleveland Avenue. I would recommend checking to make sure you're not trespassed from all Walmarts, because they tend to send your picture to all their locations. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck. Thank you.
So I got time served?
You got time served.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Helen. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Position 15, Mr. Kemp.
Mr. Demetrius Kemp is accused of simple battery domestic violence and simple battery. Case number 22 CR 004-560J. Incident date is July 15th, 2022. Mr. Kemp, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is going to be Ms. Patrice Helen. This is going to be a non-negotiated plea. Is that still the state?
Correct, Judge.
Mr. Camp, a non-negotiated plea means that the prosecution is going to make a recommendation and state the factual basis for their recommendation. Then your attorney will give me an alternative recommendation and the reasons why the alternate recommendation should be accepted. I will let you know which recommendation I will accept, making sure you understand that I have the right to disregard both recommendations and have your case set for trial. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm first going to hear from Mr. Segura. Sir?
The state's recommended plea was 12 months to serve 26 days, credit for time served 13 days, balance probated, FWIP, a stay away from 3590 Spring Valley Boulevard, South Fulton, and no further contact with Storr Alford, Storr spelled S-T-A-R-R, Alford, A-L-F-O-R-D, and Lakeisha Alford, L-A-K-I-S-H-A Alford. Since in this case, the main concerns are about the stay away and no further contact. Just to go briefly over the facts, this case occurred back on July the 15th, 2022 at his instant location, which also survived and made contact with the defendant. At that point, the defendant appeared belligerent and intoxicated, and in the presence of officers, the defendant charged towards another woman, identified as Ms. Lakeisha Alford, who is Storr Alford's mother. In this case, as Ms. Storr Alford stated, the defendant became angry with her after she asked the defendant to leave. At that point, Ms. Storr Alford advised that the defendant grabbed her by her hair, put her to the ground, and struck her repeatedly with a closed fist. At the point, her mother, Lakeisha Alford, said she tried to intervene and attempted to pull the defendant off Ms. Storr Alford, which in turn, the defendant grabbed Ms. Lakeisha Alford by the hair, struck her repeatedly in the face, in the chest, with a closed fist. The main concern here is that there's intimidated witness, as Ms. Storr Alford and the defendant both share a child. And not only that, they all seem to be both in a relationship, and because of this, there is a high risk of this violence occurring again. But the main concern here is basically the defendant does have an open felony, 21 CP 197563, for terroristic threats and criminal trespass, in which is listed that he has a no further contact conditions with both these victims, both Lakeisha Alford and Storr Alford. And honestly, they also had a stay away condition from this exact same location, in which he had a one-time police escort to achieve his belongings. Considering that he had these conditions, yet he broke them, and which resulted in batteries, we would like to have this stay away and a no further contact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Segura. Please clarify, so which?
Judge, I have that it's Lakeisha Alford, that's the mom, that's the mother, and Storr Alford is his partner and the mother of his 1-year-old child, or excuse me, 3-year-old.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So it appears to be the no further contact and stay away. I'm scanning the Zoom participants. I don't see anyone, any of the alleged victims. So Ms. Helen, please proceed.
Judge, I did reach out to Ms. Storr Alford. She stated that she was still wanting contact, no violent contact. I was advised that she would be on the Zoom link, but Judge, she's not here at this moment. So we are still asking for the stay away and for it to be no violent contact, but that 3590 Spring Valley Boulevard, he was living there for several months at that address, Judge. And other than that address, he doesn't have anywhere else to go. And so, Judge, we would just ask for it to be no violent contact and the stay away to be removed.
We almost since that the victim is not here, we would like to have no contact, as she cannot make confirmation as to what her wishes are.
All right. I'm reading the warrant and looking at his open case. And I don't have any sworn testimony from the alleged victims with regards to what Ms. Helen has indicated. I'm accepting the state's recommendation. 12 months to serve, 26 days, including the domestic violence program. And yes, Mr. Kemp, you may be residing at that location, but unfortunately, due to this incident, if you decide to take this plea, I'm going to have you stay away from that location, find alternative housing, and have no contact with Star Alfred and have no contact with the minor child. You would have to go to Superior Court and file what we call a legitimation action. A legitimation action would then provide you with a court order, which will then set forth your visitation and custody as well as child support for the child in question. Given this information, would you like to speak with your attorney, or would you like to proceed with the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one?
Proceed with the plea.
Understanding that you cannot return to that location, you cannot have any contact with Star and Lakeisha Alford, and understanding that you cannot have any contact with a minor child unless a superior court gives you permission through a legitimation court order. Do you still want to proceed with the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Helen? I'm sorry. Ms. Catrice Helen?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Your client's indicated that he wants to go forward with the recommendation I've just outlined. So,
Yeah. I stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID, and we do accept, Judge.
all right. Mr. Kemp, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You may put your hand up. Have you consumed any kind of medication or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings as they've been going on so far?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with the representation you received from Ms. Helen?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Kemp, if you decide to take this plea, I've already explained to you the restrictions that will be imposed and the conditions of your sentence. Do you have any questions about the conditions I've described?
So I really just gotta go to the courthouse and get like documented for the child.
For the child, you would need to go to Superior Court. You can go to the self-help office. They have information on how to file a legitimation action where you will ask the judge whether you can have your custody and visitation rights in place so that the judge will set forth a visitation, custody, and child support requirements.
So I gotta go on child support.
Well, that's all part of the legitimation action.
Okay.
All right. Do you have any other questions about the conditions I've imposed?
No, ma'am.
If you decide to and has your attorney explained your waiver of rights?
Yes.
All right. So you understand that if you enter a guilty plea to simple battery, domestic violence, and simple battery, that you would have to give up your constitutional rights to go back to court, to have a trial before a judge or a jury on these charges, to have the assistance of counsel, to challenge the state's evidence and present your defenses, to be able to confront your accusers, examine witnesses, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to simple battery, domestic violence? And how do you plead to simple battery involving Star Alford and Lakeisha Alford?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 26 days, credit for time served 13 days. You will report to probation next Tuesday at 132 Mitchell Street in Atlanta, Georgia. You will advise probation of your new contact address, email, and phone number. And if you change, and once you've obtained housing, you must update the court and probation with your new mailing address. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
You will be placed on probation to complete a 6-month domestic violence intervention program. And you must enroll in that program and attend those weekly classes at your expense. You're not to consume any illegal drugs, no alcohol, and you're not to possess any weapons or any firearms. You're to stay away from 3590 Spring Valley Boulevard in South Fulton. You're to stay 200 yards away from that location, and you need to obtain alternate housing. You may return to that location one time only with a police officer to retrieve your personal belongings. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
That visit cannot exceed 2 hours, and you must stay away 200 yards away, no contact with Star Alford, Lakeisha Alford, and the minor child in question. As I've explained to you, your contact with the minor child in question must be established by a legitimation superior court order.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
District 17.
This is Kevin McAfee, excuse me.
McAfee.
Is it with a V or a F?
Yep.
With an, I've got Kevin McAfee. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. We are addressing Mr. McAfee at 4 North. Mr. McAfee, you're charged with battery, domestic violence from June 13, 2022. This is case 22 CR 004563B. Mr. McAfee, you've been advised, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Ms. Helen. This is going to be a non-negotiated plea, which means I'm going to hear from the prosecution first, and then I will hear from the defense. And then depending on the circumstances, I will let you know which option I'm going to select, including the option to disregard either plea and set the case for trial. Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, excuse me. Your Honor, in this case, the defendant battered the mother of his child, Miss Melissa Charlotte, spelled CHARLOT, by hitting her in the head with a glass bong and threw a cell phone at her stomach while she was 17 weeks pregnant with their second child, and then punched and slapped her. According to the police report, she suffered a knot on her forehead, pain in her arm, neck, and back. The victim stated that they've been living together at the incident location, 2280 Campbellton Road Southwest, for at least 3 months at that time. Again, this took place in June of this year. And they've been in a relationship for the past 3 years. I believe the issue, or what's the issue, is the stay away and no further contact.
Right.
The state's going to request that remain as is. Based on the violent nature of these allegations and how recent it is, we want to ensure the safety of not only the victim, but the children involved, being that the 1-year-old was in the home at the time that this took place. Also, in the bond order, it stated that so long as the victim is still at the incident location, the defendant wouldn't be able to return. But if she wasn't, he can. We haven't made successful contact with the victim in order to confirm.
She's on the Zoom.
Oh, okay. So
She's
we'll
on
have
the
her
call,
answer
Judge.
that.
You're correct.
We'll have her answer that.
Okay.
But yes, the state's going to request that it remain the same along with the third-party transfer of their child at this time. Thank you.
All right. Before I proceed, Ms. Harrison, may I have Mr. McAfee's priors, please? Position 17.
3 cycles, last arrest October 2020 for burglary in the 1st degree in Clayton County. He's currently on first offender's probation for that charge. Sentenced May of 2021 with 1 year confinement and 4 years probation. That case number is 21 CR 00400. Nothing further to add.
This is Kevin McAfee, right?
Yes,
I've got a Cobb County hold on Odyssey.
one moment, let me check.
Looks like it was filed on July 16.
It's a failure to appear.
I-
It doesn't indicate what the charge was.
Cobb
It's
County,
an FTA.
please place a hold.
It's an FTA that was issued April of last year.
Alright. I don't know whether, but it's Cobb County. You said the conviction was from Clayton County?
This says Marietta, Georgia.
Oh, it says Marietta, Georgia?
Yes, the FTA, yes.
Oh, okay, so, but the burglary conviction, that was from
Clayton,
Clayton? Oh,
yes.
all right, so only thing I can tell,
Give me one moment, let me double check. Yes, it is Clayton,
okay, thank you.
and it's first offenders.
All right, thank you. Ms. Helen?
Yes, Judge. So I do hear his history. I already knew that he was already on a probation in Clayton County. It's just that FTA from Marietta, but he's been successful in the felony probation in Clayton County. But Judge, at issue is also jail time. The recommendation from the state is 45 days to serve. I have that he's only been there 13, so that'd be 10 additional jail days. Judge, we're asking for time served, but he does accept the probation conditions. After speaking with him and some of the incidents and details of happening, Melissa Charlotte would like to have contact with Mr. McAfee. So I asked her to be here to speak to that, if she would still like to have no violent contact. And also, he spoke to me that it is not only his name on the lease for the 2280 Campbellton Road, Southwest Atlanta, but it's also Melissa's. So Judge, without that apartment or that location, Judge, he'd be homeless. So if we could work out where Mr. McAfee and where Melissa are able to either share that location or if he's allowed a one-time escort, because his name is on that lease. So we'd have to figure out if he can go back there to live or. So we are asking for time served, Judge, and I would like Ms. Charlotte to speak to the stay away and the no contact.
All right, thank you. Miss Melissa Charlotte, I do see your name on the Zoom. If you would like to start your video, please. If you'd like to address the court, I am considering what kind of sentence to impose on Mr. Kevin McAfee. If you'd like to contribute to this hearing. Ms. Charlotte, we cannot see you and we cannot hear you. We can see your name. I don't know if she can hear me.
Judge. Oh,
There
okay.
we go. Oh. All right, Ms. Charlotte, you would need to be seated and in one position, not moving around, please. Ms. Charlotte, can you hear me? All right, her audio is not connected. If somebody wants to call her. Ms. Charlotte, we cannot hear you.
Judge, she says she can't hear you if state court could help with her audio.
No, we can't. It's all on her device. She's not connected to the speakers or the microphone.
Melissa, can you hear us?
No, sir, he can't. Please don't address her because you've got a no contact right now. So don't violate it in front of everyone.
I don't think she can, Judge. Not sure.
All right. 4 North, we would have to put a pin on that. Miss Charlotte's asking, Miss Charlotte, if you want, let her know that she needs to leave the Zoom and then come back and reconnect with, reconnect the audio and video. Make sure that the audio is connected. I can't, 4 North, I cannot.
I just messaged her. I think she may be able to see the messages.
All right, 4 North, please hold on that while Miss Charlotte addresses 4 North. Please mute. All right, Miss Charlotte, you may, if you can message her, she needs to leave the Zoom and come back in, make sure the Zoom is connected to speaker and her Wi-Fi audio, as well as the video, okay? Those are the options she needs to check off. All right, while we are waiting on 4 North, courtroom 2, may we take your next case? Or South Annex? Anywhere? Courtroom 3, are we done? Courtroom 2, are we done? Mr. Finling, how many more cases do you have? We have quite a few to go through.
I believe, so I know, they messaged that Mr. Hart, position 10, has another court appearance this morning, so he won't be here. And then position.
So I'm resetting that to August 4th.
Yes, please, Judge. And then position 8, they weren't able to find him yesterday when I was at the jail. And last I heard, about an hour ago, they still hadn't located him. So I'm not sure what's going on with position 8, Dupree.
Okay, let's see. Sarge, courtroom 3, hello.
Hey, Judge, I'm sorry, position number 8, Mr. Dupree, he's actually on 3 South, Mr. Finley. So when the glance get to 3 South, he'll pull him out for you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Found, thank you.
That should be,
Okay.
that should be everyone else though, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
Is that
Okay.
the only, is that all? Everyone's done?
I think that's
Yeah.
it of mine. Yeah.
That's
All
it.
right. Okay, we'll wait. Thank you. We'll wait for Mr. Dupree. And you said he's where? At 4 North?
I think 3 South.
No, he's on 3 South.
3
Judge,
South.
3 South.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Okay.
Sarge. Thank you. I'll see you later. Have a good day.
all right. You
Thank
do
you.
too, thank you.
All right, so we are waiting on Miss Charlotte and 3 South. So maybe we can do a quick look over the calendar.
Your Honor, we still have position 21, 26, and 27.
I know, so as soon as someone pops up on the courtroom, I'll be able to see what's going on.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the rest of those positions are on 3 South.
Okay, we'll wait
Okay.
for 3 South. Okay,
Okay,
thank
Thank
you.
What happened to position 6, Colvin?
Oh, yes, position, that's my only other one, position.
Manuel.
Okay, hold on one moment. Hold on, let me look him up. Colvin,
Yeah,
Yeah, so that's,
position 6.
yeah, position.
Position 1 is reset to August 4th. Position 2 and 3 were arraigned. Position 4 was a plea. Position 5 plea. 6 waiting on Colvin. 7 Paris Darrell. Mr. Howard. Well, let's see what happens. I don't know what. Well, hopefully Darrell Paris will appear. 8 Quintavious Dupree, that's one we are hoping to see as well.
Judge, Mr. Paris is going to be a reset as well.
August 4th.
Yes, please.
Position 9 was a plea, 10 is reset to August 4th, 11 was a plea. 12, Sean Hudgens. Was that, did we take a plea in that as well?
Yes.
Okay. Position 13 is a plea, 14, 15. Well, please, 16, Jaquavius Lissamore. What did we,
16 was released, Your Honor.
16
Position 16, yes, Your Honor.
released, okay. 17 is who we are addressing right now. 18,
And I apologize, Judge. Melissa just jumped back on. I hope to check to see if her audio is working. Asked her to put some headphones in. Maybe that would.
Miss Melissa Charlotte, if you can start your video and if you can hear me.
She also mentioned that the internet is just really kind of weak in the area she's in, so she's doing the best she can.
Miss Charlotte, we can't hear you. Can you hear me? You need to check your Zoom and start your audio. Can she even see us?
Judge, she can't hear.
Okay. All right. I don't know what else to tell you, Miss Helen. If I can't hear her, then would you like me to proceed with the plea or would you like to reset it? Because presently I'm inclined to accept the state's recommendation of the additional 10 days, no contact and stay away. Ms. Helen?
I apologize, Judge. I'd like an opportunity to speak to Mr. McAfee if that's the case, but I'm still trying to make sure she can log on. I'm not sure about the audio, but
Okay.
I'd like to talk to him first before I reset it, Judge.
Okay. Miss Champion, if you could place 4 North and Miss Helen in a breakout, please. Thank you. All right, so we're still waiting on position 15. Position 8. Position 6. And position 18, oh, that's for all Miss Helen's cases. All right. Mr. Finling, are you able to give me a status of Miss Helen's cases?
In terms of what, Judge?
In terms of status, like for example, Quentin McKinney, position 18. I see he was released.
Yeah, the only thing I have with her cases, Judge, is just from the announcements that she sent out.
Okay. I don't know what's going on with 19, Jamal Mohammed. Hoping to see all these folks.
Yeah, so it looks like 19, I know she's listed earlier, was a negotiated plea. What was the other one? The one you just,
20 was a plea, position 20, Eddie Oglesby. 21, Tyree Payne. I don't know what's going on.
yeah,
So
she listed that in the announcements this morning as a plea.
22,
Really,
Alexander Roulier.
she has down released for him.
We have another Roulier. Strange. We just took a plea for Roulier. Okay. Position 23 was a plea. 24 was a plea. 25 was a reign. 26, Randy Weathers. That looks like we're still waiting to see what happens. Randy Weathers is 26 and 27.
Your Honor, that's going to be a negotiated plea. I've just.
Oh, okay. All right.
Also, I believe for position 19, he won't be present due to him being in another courtroom. It was the same announcement as position 10.
Okay, so position 19. Jamal
Judge, you said
Mohammed.
position 22 was released, but he took a
Yeah,
plea on position 4
exactly.
and 5.
That's, yeah, so that's what she had down, but you're
Yeah.
right.
She took a plea. Did she take a plea on this case?
No, so I'm just now noticing that this is the first time I've ever seen where someone has appeared in 2 different parts of, because I guess I represented her last name on the calendar was Cintron Roulier. And on 22, it just has Roulier. So I don't know why, I'm not sure why she had released, because yeah, no, she was in custody.
Have we taken a plea on position 19? That case, no, sorry, not 19. What was that?
22.
22.
Yeah, so we did take a plea for her on positions 4 and 5.
Right.
But we haven't done 22.
4 and 5, that's a case 523 and 524. This case is not gonna let her out.
Do we, yeah, she is being held on something else, but I would still like to get that one settled.
Well, she's already been sent back, so what do you want to do?
Could we put that position on for next week?
It'll also be time served,
Yeah,
so.
she should be
I'm
released
sorry,
today.
excuse me.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
We need her back. We can go get her at Union City. That's no
okay,
problem.
yeah, Roulier.
Okay, yeah, 'cause I don't,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. So position number 6, he's on 3 South, Judge. Also
Okay.
with position number 8 on 3 South.
Hey, Judge, I think we have connecting audio for Miss Charlotte, so I hope that connects.
Okay,
Okay.
all right,
Position
we need Miss Roulier from Union City, position 22.
Okay, position number 21, Judge, he's on 4 South. Position number 26 and 27 is on 4 South. So Glanton has to transition to the other floors to get these inmates seen before you, okay? If you
Okay,
can do all the
can I just
visitation
give
with
you a rundown? It's
Yes, Judge.
it's 6, 8, 15,
15, okay.
15, 19,
19, okay.
21,
21.
22, Miss Roulier at Union
22 was
City.
released, Your Honor, was released.
No, we've already cleared that up. We'll tell you in a moment. Okay, position 22.
Hold on.
Unless there's some bizarre situation, that's a different person. All right,
Okay, that's all, Judge. Thank you.
no, 26,
27.
26 and 27, Randy Weathers.
Okay.
28 was a plea. 29, Markel Wilson and Cornelius Woodard, 2030.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
And
One
I
moment.
don't have anyone from probation.
Yeah.
I've got 3 probation cases. Rusty
Okay.
Fernandez, Anais Robinson, DeAnthony Walters,
One moment.
and Tiana Poole. Okay, going back to Mr. Kemp, position 22. Melissa Charlotte, can you give me a testing, 1, 2, 3? Melissa Charlotte?
I apologize, Judge. I think Mr. McAfee was position 17.
Oh, excuse me. All right. Miss Charlotte, there is absolutely no audio. So Miss Helen, last call. Do you want me to reset the case?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Mr. Kevin McAfee, where is he?
Yes.
All right, Mr. McAfee, we cannot hear Miss Charlotte, and
Can I-
presently,
Can I talk to Miss Helen in the breakout room before we reset the case? Please.
all right, again, Miss Champion, please place Miss Helen and 4 North in a breakout room. All right, guys, we're just at the mercy of the jail right now. As soon as they get
Yeah.
folks in here from 4 South.
And Miss Helen and I will have to, I just knew that Mr. Rusty Fernandez was on the probation. I've only received one petition from probation.
Is probation on the Zoom? Ms. Thomas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thomas, do we have a probation officer
Let
testifying?
me check. Let me call over there.
Okay, it's just that I have 4 cases and I don't know if we are proceeding with 4 probation hearings this morning.
Okay, I'm getting ready to call the manager now.
Okay. And our DV bench warrant cases, those are at 11 o'clock?
You asking?
No,
Is
no.
that probation too?
No, I'm just asking global
Okay.
request.
Okay, no problem.
I've got 2 bench warrant cases and I've got a hopefully.
So I'm gonna have to check with Ms. Helen. I don't believe that we received the email with the probation cases or the bench warrant, which has kind of been an issue where we haven't gotten the original emails. But so we would.
Hey, I'm sorry. The jail didn't receive a probation calendar. So is there any way they can send it to us so we can pull the inmates, please?
Your Honor, I don't show a probation calendar for today.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me see. Let me see. Sorry, folks. Sorry. I printed it. It's set for August 2nd. Sorry. My bad. Okay. But I am looking at a DB bench warrant calendar. So, and those guys are going to appear via Zoom. So the only ones are the ones I mentioned, Sarge, with the other cases.
Your Honor, it looks like Miss Charlotte has audio now.
Ms. Charlotte, unmute your screen. Look at your Zoom and unmute. There's a little microphone. Just click on that. All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Please don't move. All right. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What would you like to tell me about Mr. McAfee?
Well, as far as the situation, it wasn't supposed to go that far. And I was trying to ask if you can, hold on 1 second. If you can change the condition to nonviolent contact instead of with the restraining order, because 1, he is a outstanding father. He's the main provider for our son, and plus we have another baby on the way. So without him, I'm not really progressing as much. I can't work right now because I'm 5 months pregnant, and it is hard within finding work. People aren't really going to hire me that quickly because I am more far along in my pregnancy, and I do have some medical problems as well. And that's why he is here to help me.
You do understand that once I sentence him, he won't be released, and then he'll need to go to Cobb County to address another case.
I have a lawyer that I'm going to pay to get the restraining order lifted.
No, Miss Charlotte.
And I'll get the
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Anything else, Miss Charlotte?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, Miss Helen, what is the response to the state's offer?
Judge, we were still asking for time served. But if the state is still leaning towards the 10 additional, or if Your Honor in this court is still leaning to the 10 additional jail days, we'd like to reset it to next week.
All right. I will accept the state's recommendation. So if you don't want to proceed with the plea, I'm going to reset this case to August 4th. Otherwise, the sentence will be 12 months to serve 45 days, credit for time served 13 days. The reasons for the court's ruling is Mr. McAfee has an open felony probation matter when this alleged incident occurred, and apparently he's got an open criminal matter in Cobb County, which allegedly occurred while he was on probation. So given the factors that while he's on probation and he gets arrested again for another serious domestic violence matter, the court's inclined to accept the state's recommendation. So Ms. Helen, are we going to move forward with the plea or reset it to August 4th?
We're resetting it to August 4th, Judge.
All right. Yes, Mr. McAfee?
You were saying by her testifying on me.
Oh, no, Mr. McAfee, you can ask me the questions, any type of legal topics. The judge cannot advise you. So we'll reset it. I'll come out and give you more information, okay?
I was just saying because Melissa just testified for me.
I know she did testify for you, but my reasons, I've already articulated my reasons. You're on probation, you've got an open case in Cobb County, and the fact that this is a domestic violence matter involving an alleged victim who is pregnant. So given these circumstances, I am inclined to accept the state's recommendation that you serve an additional 10 days at the jail. I will do a no further violent contact, and I will lift the stay away. But I'm going to require him to complete the domestic violence classes, as well as do the community service, and no alcohol, no drugs, no weapons.
I'll talk to you, Helen.
All right. No, we're going to reset the case to August 4th based on your attorney's request. Understood, Mr. Kemp?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Charlotte, this case will be addressed next Thursday at 9 a.m. Please make sure that whatever devices you use, that you have proper Wi-Fi and that your audio and video works. Okay? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Judge, to interrupt, but can I ask that Mrs. Thomas check the chat, please? I don't know if she's on the line.
Who?
Mrs. Thomas from JCS. If she could just check the chat, please.
I was going to ask, Judge.
Just one
Thank
second.
you.
Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Ms. Thomas from probation, if you could please check your chat with a message from Attorney Ian Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Helen, what was your?
I just pulled the email up from Patricia Lewis for today's just calendars. I did not see a probation by.
No, I'm sorry. That was my bad. I have probation
Oh, Judge, you
calendar.
scared us.
I had just so many emails. I just started hitting print on everything. So that was my bad. Sorry.
Okay.
All right. Courtroom 3, Sarge, how are we doing?
Judge, you stated position number 15. He was already seen in courtroom number 2, Mr. Kemp.
He was. We saw Mr. Kemp, Judge.
Yeah, sorry. 15 is out. So it's 6, 8, 19, 21, 22, 26, 27, 20, excuse me, and 29 and 30.
With 29 stated to do not bring, and position number 30, he was released, Judge.
All right.
Your Honor,
30 was released. Thank you.
Your Honor, for position 30, the DA's office did accept it, so we did send over the transfer order.
Okay, but he's been released. So, but you're transferring your case to Superior Court?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So Cornelius Woodard will go ahead and issue the transfer order. Markel Wilson.
And Judge, I will be entering a waiver of presence and arraignment. I have that document to submit to Miss April Champion right after court, or I can submit it now.
Whenever you're ready, you can just email it to Miss April Champion. So position 29 is a waiver of arraignment. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individuals we're waiting on.
Okay, and Judge, position number 19, he's downtown, actually at downtown court.
Jamal Mohammed, Ms.
Yes,
Helen,
Judge.
is in another courtroom proceeding. Do you want to reset to August 4th?
And Judge, can I ask what happened with position 22 at
Oh,
South
hang on,
End?
first let address, I'm sorry, you on mute just now. What's your announcement on 19? Reset to August 4th?
Oh, yes, Judge, I apologize. August
That's
4th.
okay.
reset.
Reset August 4th, okay. Then you were saying position what, 22?
Position 22, I was informed when I went to the South Annex Jail, she had been released and that she wasn't there.
Well, that, her last name, that was Mr., I'm sorry, I was supposed to explain. That is Mr. Finling's client from
Oh.
position 4 and 5. And her, unfortunately, because of her last name, she was plugged in a different spot on the calendar. So we should have taken the plea for the third case as well.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, that's, I was just commenting, it's a very odd to have a unique French name twice for two different people on the same calendar. So, okay, so we are just waiting for courtroom 4. And we're gonna start our DV bench calendar. Did we have a individual appearing for a plea? A non-jail plea? I have a Jason Covert.
Yes, Your Honor, we're supposed to have a defendant appearing on that calendar, but I don't see him logged on yet.
Are you in the courtroom?
No, ma'am.
All right. So unfortunately, our courtroom was is otherwise occupied with another proceeding. So we're doing this via Zoom. We're hoping that Mr. Covert appears via Zoom. I have attorney Haley Hudler. Is she with
Yes, good morning, Judge.
morning.
I'm with a Sperling Law Group here on behalf of Pedro Alcantar Torres. He is one of the DV cases in bench warrant status.
Okay. Is he here right now?
I don't see him logged on quite yet, Judge, but we just now were able to send him the link for today's proceedings. We never received a link, and so we've spent the past day and a half contacting everyone we could to try to find someone who could send it to us.
Oh, here's a nugget of gold that I can give you.
Please.
Whenever you need to reach state court, you contact Michael Jordan. Just remember the basketball player.
I love that. Okay. Excellent. Michael Jordan.
Jordan's probably pounding the keyboard right now, but that's your to-go guy.
It's easy to remember. Thank you.
All right. Eric Bernstein. Mr. Bernstein, are you private counsel or do you have a case with us?
Yes, Judge, I have the case of Jason Covert, and I'm about to send Air Jordan and Mr. Walker the paperwork.
Who?
You're talking about Michael Jordan, the basketball player. His nickname's Air Jordan.
Oh, okay. Now I didn't know that.
They call Michael Jordan, Air Jordan.
Air Jordan. Okay. Actually, you would send it to April Champion.
Oh, okay.
So it's april.champion@fultoncountyga.gov. You can also send it to Michael Jordan. He'll make sure it gets to April.
April.champion@fultoncountyga.gov.
Right.
Yeah, so my client is Jason Covert.
Is he present?
He will be momentarily, Judge. I told him, I think I'm a little early, but we have a plea worked out with Mr. Walker of the state.
I'm here, Your Honor. I'm multitasking, but I'm prepared. I'm sorry.
All right. As soon as we get Mr. Covert or the jail, whichever comes first, I'm going to pounce on those cases.
Okay, well, the state is prepared.
Sounds good. I'll go ahead and reach out to my client and tell him to log on. We're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein.
Okay.
April, do you see anyone in the waiting room?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so as soon as you see Mr. Covert or Mr. Alcantar Torres, we have another one, Ferguson, Erica Field Ferguson. They should all be coming in on the 11 o'clock.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Walker, we don't have a competence, we do have a competency calendar as well. Okay.
I'm aware, Your Honor. I'm ready when you are. Is Mr. Howard on the line?
And Mr. Howard, Derek Howard?
Yes, Judge.
All
Are
right,
we
Mr.
ready?
Howard, yes, Ms. Champion, if you could place Mr. Walker, Mr. Howard, myself, and who should we bring into Mr. Howard? Who's our SW today?
Should be Kasha.
Kasha, are you present? All right. South Annex, we have Miss Rolier, Mr. Finley.
Yes.
Oh, yes, all right. Miss Rolier, I'm sorry that we brought you back, but unfortunately, you had a third open case. Are you prepared to get that resolved as well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. This is position 22, CR 003-697G. Miss Alexandra Rolier. That's how your name was indicated on this particular accusation. And in this particular case, you were charged with criminal trespass from June 10th, 2022. You have already been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney remains as Mr. Finley, and you've already been sworn with regards to the plea from the two prior cases we've handled. So with regards to this particular case, Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Segura?
So Judge, I have not spoken to her about this, so I know, I'm sure it'll be pretty quick, but yeah, because I didn't know that she was later in the calendar as well.
All right. Why don't you do a quick breakout? Miss Champion, your breakout skills are put to test today. All right, Mr. Finling and South Annex in a breakout, please. All right, Mr. Jason Colbert, I hope you're not driving and you're parked.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right. And there's your attorney. Okay. All right, guys, sorry. It feels like I'm juggling cases, but I'm pouncing on anyone who's appearing on Zoom. So let me see. This is going to be Mr. Bernstein.
Yes.
This is State versus Jason Colbert, in which Jason, middle initial P. Colbert. Mr. Colbert, my name is Judge Lal, and we're going to address a plea hearing with regards to your misdemeanor criminal case 22 CR 003-013E. You have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything you say during the course of this virtual recorded proceeding, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. Eric Bernstein. Mr. Colbert is accused of reckless driving, operating a vehicle with no automobile insurance, and driving a vehicle with knowingly on a suspended, canceled, or revoked registration from May 30th, 2020. The amended accusation was filed on July 28th, 2022, but today we're going to address a negotiated plea. So, Mr. Colbert, may I place you under oath for purposes of the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
I solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Ian Walker represents the prosecutor's office. Mr. Walker, what's the offer?
Yes, Your Honor, to the one count of reckless driving, the state's recommendation is $1,000 fine, 100 hours community service, a risk reduction course, alcohol and drug evaluation, any necessary treatment with a victim impact panel. And for the expired or suspended registration, it's a time served, and that is in exchange to a guilty plea to both of those counts. The state will be null processing the no insurance charge.
All right, that was a $1,000 fine, 100 hours of community service. What did alcohol and drug evaluation?
Yes, Your Honor, risk reduction and VIP.
Oh.
I think.
All right, understood. Okay, thank you. Mr. Bernstein?
Yeah, I think Mr. Walker, I think they suspended registration. The negotiations I had with your predecessor were that that was going to be reduced to something that would not suspend his license. I'm trying to think what
I looked at the email and it didn't reflect that. It just stated that the no insurance would be non-priced.
I had several discussions with Ms. Weidman on this. It might have been something on the phone. We had a whole lot of emails. So,
All right, let me see now. So we are reducing the DUI to reckless driving.
Correct.
The state is going to null pros the charge for driving on with no automobile insurance. So that's not going to suspend any driver's license. The
okay.
third charge is driving on a suspended, canceled, or revoked registration.
Correct.
Has Mr. Covert reinstated his registration?
Yeah, ma'am, I don't have that car any longer.
Okay.
And I have a company car, so with a valid registration.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Walker, is the state still going to proceed with a time served on the suspended, canceled registration?
To make things easy, I could do a basic rules.
I appreciate that. And I'd actually
Okay.
found an email with Jamelia where I'd ask her to reduce the registration, and she said she would.
Well, you didn't send that to me, but it's all good.
Yeah.
I'm flexible. We could do a basic rules.
I appreciate
I'll just have to amend it in Odyssey, of course.
Yeah, there was a long string of emails.
All right, let me proceed with this then. Do you
And the paper-
stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID, Mr. Bernstein?
I do, yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Colbert, have you consumed any kind of medication or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with the representation you've received?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you or inducing you to take this plea?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Colbert, if you decide to plead guilty to the reckless driving and the basic rules violation, you would have to give up your rights to have a trial before a judge or a jury on these charges. You would also have to give up your right to confront your accusers, examine witnesses, present any defenses you may have, challenge the state's evidence, and have the state try to prove the original charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And has your attorney explained to you that entering such a plea may have an impact upon your residency or any other open cases you may have?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
How do you plead, excuse me, to reckless driving and basic rules violation?
Guilty, ma'am.
Your sentence is $1,000 fine, 100 hours of voluntary community service. You would need to complete a risk reduction program and attend one victim impact panel. You will also need to submit yourself to an alcohol and drug evaluation and pay for any treatment that is recommended by the evaluator. On the basic rules violation, it's time served, and the operating a vehicle with no insurance is going to be null pros. In other words, the state's not going to pursue a prosecution on that charge. You will report to the probation office, which is located at 132 Mitchell Street, and you will report to that probation office, and I'm going to give you a date. It's going to be August 9th, which is the following Tuesday, not next Tuesday, the following Tuesday, and that is at 132 Mitchell Street.
Your Honor, my client lives out of state. Would you allow a report by phone or email?
Where out of state?
He's in Texas, right, Jason?
That's correct. That's correct, Eric.
All right, Ms. Thomas, how would you like to address that?
We do mail-in report. We call it mail-in reporting.
All right, Mr. Bernstein, if you could send Mrs. Thomas on the chat with JCS Pro. Do you see her information on the chat?
Yeah, I see it right now. I do.
All right.
Your Honor.
Please send Mr. Covert's full name, current address, email, and phone number.
Okay, I will do that.
All right. And probation will create a case, and he will do mail-in reporting to probation. He will complete the risk reduction is this equivalent to a defensive driving class. He will attend one victim impact panel and Miss Probation will advise him on where he may or how he may do that. The alcohol and drug evaluation must be done by a qualified medical provider. And if he may do that in Texas, but make sure that the provider is acceptable to probation. Pay the $1,000 fine and complete the 100 hours of voluntary community service with any nonprofit agency in Texas, but it cannot be a school and it cannot be a religious organization. Understood, Mr. Colbert?
Yes, ma'am. I've actually completed some of those conditions already, including some community service, about 30 hours of community service, as well as the panel in the evaluation.
All right, so 30 down and 70 to go. And just make sure you relate that information, the certificates and everything to your attorney. And Mr. Bernstein will relay that information to probation. Or you can, y'all can decide how you want to communicate with probation.
I was going to ask, Your Honor, so he has done the eval, the MAD victim impact panel, he's done 30 hours of community service, and he's done the DUI school. Upon completion of these terms, will Your Honor either terminate probation since it's a reckless and it can be terminated, or allow it to go non-reporting upon completion of everything with no violations?
The state would object to complete termination, but no objection to non-reporting.
Non-reporting it is.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else, Mr. Bernstein?
No, Judge, Jason, text me your current address so I can send that to probation, and that's all.
All right, this case is concluded. Mr. Bernstein still remain on the Zoom so that you have conveyed all the information to probation. And once probation confirms with you that they have the information, then you are free to go, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Colbert, please send all the information necessary to your attorney so that it's current. Once you've completed all the conditions, your probation will be non-reporting. All right?
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
For South, who do we have, please?
Oh, Judge, I did just want to announce briefly that my client has joined the Zoom call.
All right,
So
I'll be with him shortly. I just need to address my jail cases. Thank you.
yes, Judge, thank you.
All right, Erica Ferguson, I do see you there. Please hold. Put your hand signal down, please, but remain on mute. Okay. For South, who do we have?
In front of you, I got position 21, and after 21, we can do position 26 and 27.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my look right there. This is exactly.
All right, is this Tyree Nareem Payne?
Yes.
Mr. Payne, your case number is 22 CR 0045228. You're accused of simple battery from July 14th, 2022. With regards to this case, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and your attorney is going to be Ms. Catrice Helen. Ms. Helen, how would you like to proceed?
Position 21 is negotiated plea, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Payne, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Speak up.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, what's the recommendation?
Your Honor, this is going to be 12 months to serve, 30 days, credit for time served, 15 days, balance probated, no further contact with Terry Wood, stay away from 232 4th South Street, Atlanta, 6-week anger management, 40 hours community service, and no alcohol, drugs, and weapons. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Helen, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
I do, Judge.
All right. And does he have a current address, phone number, and email?
I have 420 Cortlandt Street, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia, 30308. I do not have a contact number.
All right, thank you. Please unmute for South. All right, Mr. Payne, was that your correct mailing address?
Yes.
All right. Now you need to speak up so I can hear you, okay? First of all, Mr. Payne, are you on medication or have you consumed alcohol recently?
No.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
I couldn't hear you.
Have you understood everything so far, what we've been doing in your case?
Yes, I heard something about some 30 days.
Well, yes, the sentence would be 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, which means that your time at the jail for this case would be over.
Okay.
But if you have any other cases holding you at the jail, then you will still have to remain there. Do you have any other open cases?
No.
Okay. So, Mr. Payne, as I was asking you, have you understood everything so far?
Yes.
And have you understood and are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes.
And if you decide to enter a plea of guilty to simple battery, you would have to give up your constitutional rights to go back to court, to have a trial in front of a judge or a jury, to be able to challenge the state's evidence, present your own defenses, confront your accuser, examine witnesses, and have the state prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you or inducing you to take this plea?
No.
How do you plead to the one count of simple battery?
Guilty.
All right, this is going to be your sentence. It's going to be 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days. Your jail time on this case is concluded, and once you are released, you must report to probation at 132 Mitchell Street in Atlanta, Georgia. While you're on probation, you will complete 6 weeks of anger management classes at your expense. You will complete 40 hours of voluntary community service at any nonprofit agency, which is not a school and not a religious organization. You will not consume any illegal drugs, no alcohol, and no weapons and no firearms. You are to stay 200 yards away and have no contact with Terry Wood, and you cannot return. You must stay away from 232 Forsyth Street in Atlanta, Georgia. You will be on probation at all times. I will waive your probation fees, and once you have completed the conditions, your probation will be non-reporting. Do you have any questions about your sentence?
No, but I do have questions about release from here. There are people that have been waiting 2 and 3 weeks before they're released.
Mr. Payne, I'm asking, do you have any questions about yourself? Do you have any questions about yourself?
Yes. Will I be released today?
If you have no other cases holding you, you will be released within 24 hours. You must report to probation next Tuesday at 132 Mitchell Street.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
No.
That concludes your case. Thank you.
All right, 26, 27.
And Judge, there is an update on position 26 and 27. That is a negotiated plea after pre-trying with ASG Mitchell.
All right, thank you. All right, we are addressing Mr. Randy Weathers. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Mr. Weathers, my name is Judge Lal, and we're going to be addressing 2 of your cases. Please remember you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of the case, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is going to be Ms. Patrice Helen. We are addressing 2 of your cases. The first one is 22 CR 000841H, in which you are accused of criminal trespass from February 17th, 2022. Your second case is 22 CR 000101H, in which you are accused of criminal trespass and misdemeanor possession of marijuana from January 7th, 2022. With regards to both cases, this is going to be a negotiated plea hearing. So first, may I place you under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the information you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, what is the state's recommendation for both cases?
This global offer will be time served, 20 credit for 25 days, balance suspended. Stay away from MARTA in accordance with any active suspensions. Nothing further.
Are you aware of any active suspensions?
Your Honor, based on the police report from January up to April, which is between when the incidents occurred, he has had active suspensions, but since then, I'm not sure. But
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Helen, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
I do, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Weathers, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently? All right. Audio is an issue, so you need to speak up.
No, ma'am.
That's better. Thank you. All right. And Mr. Weathers, have you understood everything that's been going on so far? That's not good. That is not good. I cannot proceed with the plea if it's that.
No. Yes, I'm sorry. I just got woken up like 2 minutes ago. So I apologize.
Can I get a moment just to speak with him really quickly? If he just did wake up, Judge, if we can move to another case. We don't have to have a breakout room. I can call 4 South if they could just give me the number.
4 South, do you have another case to address?
No, we can do a breakout room.
Oh, okay.
Please place 4 South and Miss Catrice Helen in a breakout room. Courtroom 3 is come on. I don't see any other jail cases, so I'm moving.
Annex, Your Honor.
Yeah, we're ready.
Sorry? Are there any other jail cases?
Yes, Your Honor. South Annex,
Yeah.
All right, South Annex.
position 21.
All right, that's Mr. Roulier. Mr. Finling, have
Yes,
you
Judge.
conferred with your client?
I did, and she's gonna plead not guilty, and we're gonna address bond, Your Honor.
Do you want to file a waiver of arraignment?
Yes, I can do that.
All right, please submit your waiver of arraignment to Ms. April Champion. All right, Ms. Roulier, your attorney is going to waive arraignment and enter a not guilty plea on your behalf, and your case will be bound over for trial. If you are released from the Fulton County Jail pursuant to your other cases, please make sure that we always have a current address to reach you, phone number, and email. You can come down to the courthouse at 160 Prior Street to update that information. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you don't report to a court summons, a bench warrant might be issued against you, which means you could be back in jail for failure to appear.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. That concludes Ms. Roulier's case.
I did want to briefly address bond on that, Judge.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It is a signature bond.
She does have a signature bond on that one.
Yes, it's a
I thought
two-page.
Okay, I thought I saw.
You can double check. This is position 22. Ms. Champion, if you can do it faster than me, that would be great.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
I have-
It's a $2,000 sign-on bond through the jail.
Okay, perfect. Then we're good on that.
All right, thank you. Ms. Roulier, you have a signature bond on this case, so please make sure you maintain contact with the court. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. This one is a waiver of arraignment and further notice. All right. Moving on, I'm still waiting on Miss Helen, so Miss Haley Hutler on the DV bench warrant matter.
Yes, thank you, Judge. My client, like I said earlier, my client is logged on as well to the call.
All right, let's check and see. Thank you. All right, do we have Pedro Alcantara Torres, please? Is that your client?
Well, Judge, I believe he's logged on under the name Pedro.
Pedro?
Hello, yes.
Pedro, you need to start your video, please.
Alrighty,
I cannot
I am-
address your case unless you got your video on.
Yes, ma'am, I'm attempting to do so now.
Right next to the mute button, there is a little video button. Click on that.
Alrighty.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, we are addressing case 17CR022942E, State versus Pedro Alcantara-Torres, who is accused of simple assault domestic violence and simple battery domestic violence from July 11th, 2017. The bench warrant was issued in this particular case, and if you just bear with me, I need to pull up that date. Mr. Alcantara-Torres, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of the case, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Ms. Haley Hudler. There was a preemptory calendar back on March 2nd, February 2nd, 2022. Mr. Alcantara-Torres did not appear. It was reset to March 2nd, 2022. Mr. Alcantara-Torres did not appear. We have a return mail with regards to Mr. Alcantara-Torres to a Tilly Mill Road address in Doraville. So right now, Mr. Alcantara-Torres has filed a waiver of arraignment with regards to a trial. So the case is going to be set for trial before Judge Morrison. But in the meantime, we have a outstanding bench warrant for his arrest. So he has filed a request to set aside the bench warrant. Ms. Hudler?
Yes, Judge, that's exactly correct. What appears to have happened here is that Mr. Alcantara-Torres tried to log on to his Zoom court appearance in February of this year that you had mentioned. And he got, there was some kind of error. He got a pop-up that said that the court date had been changed. But then he never received notice of the follow-up court date. He was worried about the status of the case, and so he retained my office last week in order to look into the matter and to see whether or not the case was still open or if a bench warrant had been issued. We realized that one had, so we filed our entry of appearance and motions on his behalf, and were told that we could not get the bench warrant recalled without having him appear on this virtual calendar. So that's why we're here today, is to address the issue of the bench warrant. I do have an up-to-date address for him that I can provide to the court and fill out a change of address form if needed. I was not the one from my office who filed the motions, so I'm not sure if the change of address form was already filed at that time. But if not, I'm happy to do that today.
Well, we've got your entry of appearance, we've got the waiver of arraignment from Mr. Sperling. And but no, we don't have. So if you want to submit his full name, current address, email, and phone number, all current, to email that to april.champion@fultoncountyga.gov and cc michael.jordan, same email issue. All right. Mr. Segura, what is the state's position on the bench warrant?
We would like to object to any resetting, as beside the 2 FTAs your honor has mentioned, he also had an FTA on a jury trial on April the 9th of 2018. So because of this, we would like to have the bench warrant in place. Thank you.
And Judge, if I may, I think that one of the issues beforehand had been that Mr. Alcantar Torres had been pro se for a while, and then he did have a public defender appointed as counsel. I'm not sure what the timeline is with that in relation to the prior FTAs that the state has mentioned. But we would ask that the court please recall the bench warrant in this instance, because he has taken the initiative to hire private counsel to appear here today. He wants to get this matter resolved, and he, is willing to appear for court as needed. This most recent FTA was due to confusion on his part with regards to the virtual meeting and whether it had been rescheduled or not. And it appears that his address did change, and that is why he did not attend the March court date.
The bench warrant is recalled. Ms. Hudler, please submit a proposed order indicating that it's an order to set aside the bench warrant. Mr. Pedro Alcantar Torres will comply with the conditions of his bond, and he will report to Judge Morrison's court when summoned. Any future FTAs will result in a complete revocation of his bond, any outstanding bond, and a new bench warrant will issue. And the next time he will be staying in jail until we go to trial.
Yes, Judge. Thank you very much. Who should I submit the proposed order?
Send it to April Champion.
Excellent. I'll do that with the change of address information.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that is my only case on today's calendar. May Mr. Alcantar Torres and I be excused?
Yes, thank you. As soon as you've sent all the information, you're free to go.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. 4 South and Miss Helen.
Yes, Judge. And I think we're in the middle of a negotiated plea. It is still a negotiated plea. He just woke up and now he's wide awake.
All right. Resuming with the positions 26 and 27. Mr. Weathers, now that you are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, is there anything I need to repeat?
No, ma'am.
All right. As I was saying, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings that have transpired, that have occurred, and right up to right now, and after your attorney has explained everything to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Good, good. And are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney?
100%.
Good, good. If you decide to plead guilty to the charges in both these cases, you would have to give up your constitutional right to go back to court, to have a trial in front of a judge or a jury, to be able to challenge the state's evidence, confront your accuser, examine witnesses, and have the state try to prove the charges against you in both these cases beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entering a guilty plea to these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of criminal trespass in case ending in 841H?
Guilty.
How do you plead to the charges of criminal trespass and misdemeanor possession of marijuana in case ending in 101H?
Guilty.
Your sentence for both these cases is concurrent, and the sentence is time served, being given credit for 25 days in both cases, balance suspended. And if you have any active MARTA suspensions right now, you cannot return to any MARTA property. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
So the way you do that is that you contact MARTA either by email or phone at their Lindbergh station offices, give them your name, date of birth, and find out if you have any active suspensions and when do they expire?
Yes, ma'am.
And if they've expired, then you can return to any MARTA property as long as you don't break the law, as long as you are only in the customer areas. And if you're traveling on a bus or a train, you pay the fare, and that you do not commit any violations of the law when you are on a MARTA bus or train or at that property. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That concludes your cases.
Thank you. Judge, ma'am, I think you have very nice nails, by the way.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, moving on. Do we have any more cases at the jail? All right,
I'm not sure where Mr. Colvin is, position 6.
all right. If there are no jail cases showing up right now, I am moving on to, I still have position 6 to address. That would be Mr. Manuel Colvin. I have position 8, Quintavious Dupree.
Yeah. And
Position 19 is out, position 26 and 27 have, please, okay. I think we're
hope-
good,
yeah.
okay. So just your cases, Mr. Finley?
Yeah, and he has been in jail for 250 days and it's time served, so I hope we can get him here.
All right, sounds good. Let's address my other bench warrant case, which is State versus Erica Ferguson. Erica Ferguson, if you could please unmute.
Yes, here I am.
All right. I see someone with glasses. Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This is State versus Erica T. Ferguson, case 19 CR 009-425J. Ms. Ferguson is charged with simple battery domestic violence from November 13th, 2019. Ms. Ferguson, you have filed a petition to set aside the outstanding bench warrant in your case. Please remember that you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of your case, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. And who is representing Ms. Ferguson?
I am,
today?
Judge.
All right, and your attorney is Ms. Catrice Helen.
Okay.
This case was assigned to Judge Diane Besson. It looks like she was supposed to appear in court on January 27, 2022, and there was a failure to appear. I have a return mail. That was sent to, sorry. We may keep on going. Looks like it was sent to a 254. It looks like Skipple Terrace.
Oh, wait, Ms. Ferguson, please don't make any statements, okay?
All right. Anyways, the mail was sent. Looks like it was sent on January 10th, 2022, but it appears that someone had moved according to the address. Okay, anyway. So a bench warrant was issued on when she failed to appear in court on January 27. The current address we have on file. Wow, completely different addresses, but I have Terrace Apartments, I have Cowley Avenue. Okay, so Miss Helen?
Yes, Judge. I'm asking for the bench warrant to be set aside. The 254 Skipple Terrace, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia, 30314. That's the arresting address from this case. And she was told to never go back there, and she was adhering to that. However, this case is from November 13, 2019. I'm not sure when the process of changing the address changed to be in person, but she was under the impression she could just call in. And she called in and gave an Ashby Terrace Apartments update. That's what you see on that Odyssey. Then she came in person, as you see on the updated order, I think July 22nd, 2022 of this year, and updated again to 1685 Cowley Ave, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia, 30314. So Judge, she has done her due diligence to try to continuously update the court. However, between that time of this return to sender and this address, Judge, she received that failure to appear. She did her best to call in. However, the process changed. She's aware of it now. She has to go in person, submit her ID, and show her face. She cannot just call in to update those addresses anymore. That's not the process. And now she's aware of it, Judge. So we are asking for that bench warrant to be set aside, and that she not have to remand herself to custody for this, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
Your Honor, based on the FTA, the state is gonna request that the bench warrant not be set aside. Nothing further.
All right.
I just have one other statement, Judge. She's currently disabled. She's 58 years old. If she were to have to turn herself in, that would seriously disrupt medication that she needs. Also, she just received a diagnosis of breast cancer that she also has to fight now with medication. So, Judge, if she were to have to turn herself in, that would be a serious threat to her health. And so again, Judge, we're asking for that bench warrant to be set aside.
All right. Are we going to reset this case for a possible plea? Have you conferred with your client?
No, Judge. I would just need an opportunity to call her.
All right. So the address change to Cowley Street was made when she finally came down and applied for the set aside and gave us a new address in person. That's what we have. All right. So if you ever change your address, if you ever change your phone number, your email, you can't call in. I'm sorry for your current situation, but unfortunately you need to mask up, make sure you're protected. And either you or a family member can come down and update your contact information at all times, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to set aside the bench warrant. And this case needs to be rescheduled for a final plea before Judge Besson. Or it can be reset for a final plea before this court at 11 a.m. And I can do it towards the end of the month. Ms. Helen?
Yes.
Not end of this month, end of next month.
End of this month, I apologize, end of next month, Judge, you're correct.
Yeah, and that would be August 25th at 11 a.m. for a final plea. You have the plea information. All right, and you can always talk to the prosecutor with regard to anything else.
I apologize, Judge. Can we put that plea on record again? If we did.
No problem.
I apologize.
This case is reset for a final plea. August 25th, 2022 at 11 a.m. Ms. Ferguson?
Yes, ma'am.
You would need to speak to the public defender's office. You have Ms. Helen's contact information.
Okay.
All right, and you need to speak to her to see whether you want to resolve this case and have it closed out.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you.
If not, there are other options, and your attorney can announce that when we see each other again at the end of August.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mhm.
All right. Yeah. Okay, I can hang
Send
up.
the order setting aside the bench warrant, maintain current address and contact information at all times, and comply with the conditions of the bond, and send the proposed order to Miss April Champion.
Okay. Okay. So,
Oh, that was to your attorney, please. Thank you. All right, thank you. This is reset, August 25th, SAP, final plea, 11 a.m. Thank you, Ms. Ferguson.
thank you.
All right, you're free to go. Miss Helen is not. Okay, I have someone call some YDS iPhone. I don't know who that is. It's a gentleman with yellow print on his t-shirt. If you want to identify yourself. All right, the screen's frozen. You're on mute. I can't hear you. Sir, you are walking around with an iPhone. You're wearing a dark t-shirt with yellow print. Please unmute. Otherwise, I'm going to have you removed from the proceedings.
Yes, ma'am.
Please identify yourself.
Hello?
Yes,
Oh,
who are you?
I'm Jeremiah Linder.
And are you a defendant, a witness, a victim, what?
No, my wife is actually supposed to be in your court today, and her
Stop walking and tell me your wife's name.
her her lawyer told me that that I could join the meeting. Her name is
What's your wife's name?
Rusty Fernandez.
Rusty Fernandez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Finling, Miss Helen?
I don't recall a Fernandez, but
Yeah, I don't either.
Ms. McLeod, do you have good? Ms. McLeod, do you have a Fernandez?
Good morning, Your Honor. What did you say? I didn't hear what you said.
Do you have are you representing a Fernandez?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, is that on the competency calendar?
No, Your Honor. I thought it was on the regular calendar.
If you can send the case number
I will, Your Honor.
to Miss April Champion.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you. We can check on the status of the case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Miss Haley Hudler, and Mr. Pedro, if you completed the information requested, you're free to go.
Thank you, Judge. I'm finishing up the proposed order right now.
Oh, you're free to go if that's all that's holding you up. I just
Okay.
want to make sure the contact information was all sent in.
Yes, Judge, I'm sending it in the next couple minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and all right, I don't see anyone at the jail. Mr. Finling, I don't know if you, okay, someone's at South Annex. South Annex, who do we have?
Yes, ma'am. She's on the competency calendar,
Okay.
position 5.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Finling, I don't know what to tell you, except just hold on position 6 and 8 until they appear. Mr. Jordan or Miss Champion, can you place South Annex, Ian Walker, Derek Howard, myself, and Kasha in a breakout room, please? And Miss Champion, let's check on Miss McLeod's case, okay? Poor Miss Champion, she's just multitasking today.
Your Honor, my client is Nia Slaughter, and she's on the regular calendar.
Repeat the last name.
Slaughter, Slaughter.
We took a plea in that case.
Okay.
Are you sure this was a conflict case?
no, Judge, she's saying that I guess the case is near the name Slaughter because Miss Slaughter was a plea.
Yeah, Nia Slaughter. Was that your case, Ms. McLeod?
It was, Your Honor, but I was not able to come on because I had a matter in Superior Court.
Oh, no problem. Miss Helen took a plea on that case.
Okay, awesome.
All right. So that was the only one then.
That was the only one, Your Honor. So
All right.
Wait a minute, Your Honor. With that being said, apparently Ms. McLeod was conflict counsel for a reason. Do we need to vacate the plea? I don't want it to be an issue on appeal should it come up.
The only way that can be resolved is if Ms. McLeod submits just something in writing that they waive all objections to the PD taking the plea.
I can do that.
Please, but we don't have any issues, on appeal going forward. I think that would be helpful.
Ms. McLeod, if you are just submit a document that you have no objection to the public defender's office taking the plea on behalf of your client, that would clean up the record.
I will do that, Your Honor.
And avoid Mr. Walker from getting any more gray hair.
And I do apologize, but I had a matter in Superior Court that it just ran on longer than I had anticipated.
No apologies required. Okay. Thank you. And be safe, and I hope everything works out. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I will submit that.
Okay. And you are free to go. Just email it to April Champion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Take care. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. I hope everyone understands that's April, the punctuation dot champion, because I had an attorney who kept thinking dot was the middle name. So y'all understand.
April dot champion.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Miss Upton, Amanda Upton, which case are you here for?
I'm your court reporter.
Oh, okay, thank you, thank you. All right, we have 3 South. Every time we try to get a competency, jail beats us to it. Who do we have, please?
Judge, announcement, position 10, he went downtown.
Position 10 is downtown. Got that. That's reset to August 4th. Who do we have at 3 South?
Also position 19 downtown as well.
Let me confirm that. Position 19 is reset to August 4th also. Thank you.
In front of you is going to be position 6.
All right, thank you. Mr. Finley,
Thank you. Yes.
be patient and you shall. Okay, case number 22 CR 004-798A, Mr. Manuel Colvin. Is that correct, sir?
Miss Colvin.
All right, Miss Colvin, excuse me. And Miss Colvin is accused of simple assault on November 23rd, 2021. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. Zach Finling. Mr. Finling, is this going to be a negotiated plea?
That's correct, Judge.
Ms. Colvin, if you please raise your right hand. For the purposes of the plea, do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Segura, what's the recommendation for Ms. Colvin?
And the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve and credit for time served 248 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Finley?
Yes, Judge, that is our understanding of the offer, of which we do agree and stipulate to the factual basis, ID, and venue, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Colvin, have you consumed any medication or alcohol?
Spironolactone.
All right. And given that, have you been able to understand the proceedings?
Yes,
And are you satisfied with the representation you received?
I am.
And if you decide to enter a guilty plea, you would have to give up your right to go back to court, to have a trial in front of a judge or a jury, to be able to challenge the state's evidence, present your own defenses, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
I am.
How do you plead to the 1 count of simple assault?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve, credit for time served, 248 days. You have satisfied your time at the jail and your case is closed. Your case is closed. And if you have no other cases holding you at the jail, you will be released within 24 hours. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next case in position 8.
And I'm going to need to speak with Mr. Dupree. They were unable to find him yesterday.
Breakout session.
Yeah.
Ms. Champion, could you please place Mr. Finling and 3 South in a breakout session, please? Mr. Finling, do you think you'll be less than 5 minutes?
It might be right around there. Yeah.
All right. I'll be in the competency breakout
Okay.
and I'll come back and readdress your case, okay?
No worries. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sorry for the delay. We have concluded with our competency calendar. So we are resuming with, we are resuming with 3 South and Mr. Finling, are we ready to proceed with Mr. Was it Dupree?
Yes, Judge. Yes, and this will be a negotiated plea.
All right. This is Quintavious Dupree, case number 22 CR 004539C. Mr. Dupree, my name is Judge Lal. I just want to advise you that you have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything you say, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. Zachary Findling, or Mr. Zach Findling, excuse me. Mr. Dupree, you've been accused of battery, domestic violence from July 13th, 2022. With regards to this case, I understand that we're going to have a negotiated plea hearing. So for purposes of that hearing, may I place you under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly, the other hand, do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge? Thank you. Mr. Segura, what's the recommendation?
The state's recommendation is 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, balance probated, 8 weeks anger management, a stay away from 1133 Arlington Avenue, Southwest Atlanta, and no further contact with Michael Denson. Michael, common spelling, Denson spelled DENSON. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Finling, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
I do, Judge. And I would just ask that the probation fees could be waived for a period of time, and that also, once he does complete that anger management, if the balance could be suspended, but if you're not inclined, Judge, then non-reporting.
I'll do non-reporting. Okay. Mr. Dupree, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
For my epilepsy, yes, I've seen
Right.
consumed carbamazepine.
Okay, you just have to let me know you've taken medication. I don't want you to disclose any private medical information, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And with regards to that, are you still able to understand the proceedings?
I am.
And have you understood everything so far?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Dupree, are you entering a plea willingly, knowingly, and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you doing so understanding that you would have to waive your constitutional rights to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to confront your accuser, challenge the state's evidence, present your own defenses, examine witnesses, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to the 1 count of battery, domestic violence?
Excuse me?
How do you plead to the 1 count of battery, domestic violence brought against you?
Guilty.
Repeat.
Plead guilty.
Okay. Your sentence is 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days. If you have no other cases holding you at the jail, you will be released within 24 hours. Upon your release, you must report to probation you must report to the probation office next Thursday, August 4th at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Once you report to probation, provide them with all your current contact information. On probation, you will then complete 8 weeks of anger management classes at a authorized agency. You will also stay away from 1133 Arlington Avenue in Southwest Atlanta and have no further contact with Michael Denson. This will continue at all times while you are on active or non-reporting probation. I will waive your probation fees up to and including November 2022. You will continue to report to probation and start paying probation fees from December 1st, 2022 onwards. If you have completed your anger management classes, then your probation will be non-reporting. Understood?
Yes, understood.
Do you have any questions about your sentence?
No, ma'am.
All right, that concludes your case. Thank you. Thank you, 3 South. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, counsel, attorneys, do I need to go over the calendars or are you all satisfied?
Hey,
What's that,
Judge,
Judge?
quick announcement. What about Mario Bibbs? Are we doing him?
Mr. Bibbs' case, just 1 second.
Was he on the?
Yes.
Yes.
He-
No, that's okay, that's okay. Mr. Howard, if you'd like to announce the status of Mr. Bibbs' case, please.
Yes, Mr. Bibbs is going to be released. So I'm drafting an order for him to be released.
All right, he looks happy. Okay,
Okay.
Say less.
all right. So again, Mr. Walker, Mr. Segura, Ms. Mitchell, do you want me to go over the calendar? Are we good?
I'm good.
All right.
I can
We need to
only-
go over, Judge. We need to make sure everything's accurate. Our clients would be impacted if it's not. So we asked the court to go over it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so there is no probation calendar today. Sorry, folks. Okay. The competency calendar, we've already addressed that. The domestic violence bench warrant calendar, both bench warrant have been set aside. We'll be anticipating proposed orders. We took a plea on Mr. Covert, who was the non-jail plea calendar. So that leaves us with the main SAP calendar. Bethia, position 1 is reset August 4th. Position 2 was arraigned and reset for jail jury. Position 3, that's the same announcement, arraigned and further notice for trial. Position 4, Roulier Cintron or Cintron Roulier. She took a plea on positions 4 and 5, and then she has another case, which I will announce later, and that has been, that's a waiver of arraignment and further notice for trial. Position 6, Manuel Colvin was a plea. Position 7, Paris Darrell is reset to August 4th. Position 8, Dupree is a plea. Position 9, Gant is a plea. Position 10 is reset August 4th. Position 11, Hudgens was a plea. Same announcement for position 12, Hudgens a plea. Position 13, Huff is a plea. 14, Jones is a plea. 15, Kemp was a non-negotiated plea. Position 16, Lissamore was released. 17, McAfee is reset to August 4th for a possible plea. Position 18, McKinney was released. Position 19, Mohammed is reset August 4th. Position 20, Oglesby was a plea. 21, Payne was a plea. 22 is Miss Rollier again. That's a waiver of arraignment will be filed and further notice for a trial. Position 23, Sheets was a plea. 24 was a plea, and the conflict attorney has waived any objections to the nature of the plea hearing. 25 is Terry is further notice, jail arraigned and further notice for trial. Position 26 and 27 was a plea. 28, Charles Williams was a plea. 29, a waiver of arraignment has been filed, and that would be further notice for trial. 30, Woodard was released. Do we have any questions about any of the other cases?
No, Judge.
All right, that concludes our calendar. Thank you very much, everyone. Mr. Pedro, you are free to go. Please consult with your attorney if you have any questions. All right, thank you, folks.
you.
Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.